Regress. Welcome to my channel. 8 row. Welcome to my channel. Eight HVDES. Welcome to my channel. Mark Zink. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, you creative people. I'm Mega Anime.
And I'm Sylvie Summers, and I am totally not here. Wow, hi.
And we're playing The Letter tonight. To recap, we're right now on Rebecca's whole story. Maybe.
If it decides to work with us. Do you want to start or should I?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, alright. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide the answers I'm looking for. Except the whole thing's off to a bad
Tarsai.
start.
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome.
Framerats. Welcome to my channel.
Hey,
Welcome. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start. All of a sudden, whatever Isabella claims dwelling in this mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxburn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Have we? I don't remember this.
You want to... Well, we'll find out.
Still, not as bad as finding out your car's starter refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yes. Adara, are you getting that itch?
Hopefully.
find it. Quicker, please.
Get that itch. Pickle out itch.
But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. Really? I would not have paid his ass. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no kidding.
All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my fair taste of the bizarre lately. All of which might have been brought upon by that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself. Not at a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot. What a jerk.
Azam_Mayu. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting. Otherwise, that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight.
Oh, this is when she goes to the party.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was starting from the beginning. I was like, are you kidding me? That would be weird.
Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe, however. Cars, worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined, line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their best also flocking near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably, Miss Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This, despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration, at best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxembourg.
Welcome everyone.
And Mum said we could have been good friends. I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guest she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please make yourselves at home.
I wish I could share her enthusiasm, really.
Don't go into the attic.
But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for the lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I've planned. If he were here, then I won't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, all right?
His car.
The rest of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eyes first.
Yeah, I figured he would be there.
Snooping. And there he is, almost an arm's reach, as if it isn't for the guests standing between us. Ashton Frey, standing in the Ermengarde Mansion's driveway, with an air too lackadaisical for someone who absolutely abhors parties of their own,
Alright.
or of any form. Or has any business here, as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me, that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
Why the hell?
He'd be in Snoopy.
Yep.
He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across him as he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited. You.
What are you doing? I mean,
I was invited.
Usually, cop doesn't get invited.
No, that's like the last person on there.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
Really? You have friends.
Do you have friends? That in itself is weird, coming from him. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. You're a terrible liar, Ashton. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us, until a small frown forms on his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can.
Chief?
Ashton, what's.
Uh-oh. Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has the distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharp, as if he has found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier.
Sorry, Becca. I need to...
Hide. Because you are not supposed to be here. You were put off the case.
Yep.
There's
Shit.
something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
Are you gonna take me home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about.
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask already, he has turned his back from me and is walking away without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up to him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his broad warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact.
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pocket. Great. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long.
Well, I'm glad that you remembered her party.
Yeah. Just a simple hello, a reminder to enjoy the party, and to send their regards to their old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to be a terrible evening. Your turn.
The party hits full swing an hour later. With the host's opening remark given, still no sign of her husband, the poor woman, and the guests being dead. The band shifts the melody to a lively burdens to the life-lifting strands of the music. It seems fun. Fiscating at certain fascinating certain moments, the flurry of dancers makes the music their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. This isn't a lack of invitations. Anyway, plenty of them. In fact, with some acts asking more than once. The only my stubbornness refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can smell now is all it takes. And the evening would have been far enjoyable. But pride in my own silly hopes, the thoughts of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that. As much as I hate to...
Shestaiki. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, welcome! Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the duchess claims that he has to be the one to tell me that sends my blood boiling. Duchess, not duchess. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less than of any errors.
Less than ours.
Less than a party. Less than a half.
Those British friends.
It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention, or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hey, Zach. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he's managed to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passed by. Was Ashton excused? He's been flittering in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, in another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago,
Rodera
he-
Jisuyu. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, welcome. He's wolfing down some deviled eggs by the buffet table. A glass of wine in hand. Of course he is.
The man is here for the food.
Pretty much. Next thing I know, he's gone. If I don't know any better, I say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? So by the way, right now is when... No, this is not when Isabella's stuck in the at work and the ghost is home.
No, that's for...
No, that was way before.
Yeah, that's for... Sorry.
We know that Marina is in jail. Marianne is in jail. Luke, we're not really sure what he's doing. He shows up in a little bit. Zach is taking pictures before he goes to jail. Anna is watching for Luke. Ashton's probably looking for Luke as well. Staying out of his boss's way.
Ryteos 980. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, welcome.
Hi.
Parties are here. Not really sure where Isabella is.
Well, her story ended with the office thing, so.
No. Yeah, it stopped in the office building. She appeared at Zachary's apartment
Yeah.
right after the office.
We really don't know what happened.
Yeah. Is it because his boss is here? What's the big deal about that? It has never bothered him before. Not if he's trying to do a stakeout.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Ouch.
Rude, Hannah.
Harness almost makes me jump. To focus on the
Dog
dog
show.
show. Wandering around the ballroom in my own annoyance notes. If she heard any of the profanity I've mumbled, or she's taking notes of my discomfort, she makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Hello, Hannah. Miss Hannah gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Only a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with prompts, snooty people. Though I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. Her age. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might have already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenu Those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
Takes me a while to realize who she's talking to. Until Ashton walks by again and closer than any of the times he has done so far this evening. And there he's off.
Goodbye.
Still without a look of acknowledgement, or way our way. Though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down his offers.
I didn't turn down his offer. He hasn't asked me yet.
If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other.
Just a little.
Yeah, for most of our
Is he your
lives.
boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My coworkers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. Not that Aspen has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of the blush creeps up my neck, my cheeks. A denial already, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
No, not at all. I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it's easily focused.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
Both, probably.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
Well, my hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
It's infectious, in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I imagine myself to. Although her attention briefly rivers at this one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are, and I keep clicking the wrong thing on my finger. Her face quickly lights up and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course, there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In respects,
Retrospect.
it's an odd thing to talk about as children when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses!
Yay, you remember.
And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
I can't believe she remembers that. Like, they met once.
Levi still has the clothes she's gave me. Wasn't also impressive. Even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock. And the one attempt to get him to notice backfires spectacularly. Sure, he's keen. He's a detective. For heaven's sake. But feelings, more often than not, especially escape.
What was it again?
It's the same guy.
Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander.
She's still
Andrew?
going.
What makes the whole talk all the more embarrassing. And the more names she lists off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? What will she think of me? Here she is, married to a man he most probably loves at that. While I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash!
Yeah, that would be him.
That man is that boy! The same one.
Yep.
Oh, goodness me, after all these years!
He's adorable. Can you blame him? Her.
No, not
He's beautiful.
would like to actually see him.
I bet he was so precious. You found a little Jesus.
Yep.
I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone with an earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
He says that, but for a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said. And figured out how I should feel about the things Luke told me. Now I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Please change the subject. Though, to be frank, I doubt she'll be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about
Do they
that,
just
am
keep
I?
making her boobs bigger?
That's
Or am
not
I
what I'm looking for.
Well, the implants have a tendency of being bigger. Well, she's pregnant.
That's true. Keep getting.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right?
I thought if you love them, you set them free.
Depends.
You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Work it, baby. when it's exactly what I've been doing. And then I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That's my virtue of us growing up together. He must return whatever I feel for. That he's not allowed to look at another, because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the whole longest. When, in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. This is something I cannot force. I can only hold on to this. Take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. Great. He reciprocates. But if he can't, if he won't, selfish. I've been too selfish. How liable that Luke's words still right true up until now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed. However, the past week, I've also seen changes in the way I view them. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny. Things I might have said with much certainty before now has dubbed muddy each other. There will be time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue rears. Oh, great, Luke is here. And here he is. Yay. Especially when fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same
Pompous
Pompian.
mien. I don't even know what that is.
He always carries about with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party?
I am drunk. No.
He is sloshed.
I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
For long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
When is the cop's wife going to interrupt and say, promise me leave? Attitude, the manner he carries himself around people is clarity with that part of the city. Oh, fucking. I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here. Tabloids and the gossip columns have never been wherever Luke can write is, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it. Figures he'll find him on his own, even when he's not asking for it. Ah, there it is.
There's crazy.
It happened to meet amidst the round of applause and hoots. The people lagging behind the crowd. They've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turn into several scandalous gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
Yes. Better than you. You're drunk off your ass.
Yeah, no kidding, especially when you're pregnant. The commotion doesn't go further. Despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill, in a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently, she's the chief's inspector's wife, too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions, it
Oh, right. Oh, never mind.
this'll bring. I'm more worried about Hannah. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it is someone who cares for the person who stands beside him. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. And Hannah, well, as refined and well-mannered she is in front of their guests, I'm not sure if she's be all too willing to tolerate this. Her party, her home, her husband, and that woman has just dared to walk over. Yet, when I glance at her, there's only defeat, a weary slump on her shoulders, and a certain depth on her breathing. Like the fight has already been drained out of her long ago. Oh, pardon me. I don't know since when this has been going on. I don't know either of them well to judge for myself. I'm simple, an outsider who happens to have some kind of connection with both of them. But the air of a person who wishes for respite. It's all too easy to see it in her as she quietly watches the commotion carry on around her. In a moment before I can think it through, I'm pulling her to the side and waving Zachary over to us. That's Ollie.
I figured it was.
Trying to
Getting comfy.
Yeah, he's trying to make his bed so comfy.
Becca, this is a real
Take Anna and get her out of here.
Oh, hey, Miss Wright.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hannah. Did I not?
Yeah, you did.
Admittedly, this air of familiarity between them catches me off guard. I won't put it to past Hannah. Her standing in society compels her to keep appearance, the be nice to everyone
00__
sorts of
Darla.
thing.
Welcome to my channel.
Hey, welcome. While Zachary's growing client-based sometimes calls for rubbing elbows with the rich and famous, although from the way it appears, the one seems to go beyond mentioning a facade or work. Facade or work. I wonder how this friendship came to be. I'd ask, but we're starting to attract some curious eyes. Most of them are probably searching for more gossip, something to add fuel to the fire. Thankfully, there's no need to explain it to Zachary. He's aware of the situation all too well.
So, this is what you called me for? We gonna get Hannah out of here?
Yep.
That'd be great.
Soon he's leading the three of us out of the ballroom. Anyone who dares speak of approach on our way out, I shut down while a sharp glare. And a few steps we're out, away from the commotion and the suffocating transition. I didn't stay long with them, though. Even if I want to, Ashton's still somewhere in the crowd. I've got to go back for him, at least. No matter how much the idea of that alone stands an unpleasant twinge in my stomach.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out. You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
Besides, it seems Zachary can handle this without another person helping out. In fact, for some reason, I've got this strange impression I might be intruding on something if I elect to remain. Better to entrust this with someone who someone she's comfortable with. And though it might be a little inappropriate, considering what has transpired, a smile worms its way to my lips as I leave. Good on them, I suppose. Chatterheads.
I guess I should start. I've been reading this before. Chatter has exploded throughout the whole ballroom since I returned. Worried murmurs, clicking of tongues, and inappropriate gossip filters through the thick tension of the room. Most of them haven't even left the premises and they're already talking about it. Tomorrow it'll be on the news for sure, in every local broadsheet and tabloid in Luxburn. No wonder Luke's knee-deep into damage control. With the scandalous woman gone, he's turned his attention on the media covering it. Though, so far, he isn't faring well in the cleanup department.
Now, people, we all know the drill. I'm sure you're all itching to get a start on those articles.
Good thing Zachary isn't here. I can't imagine a man of his temperament dealing with someone like him.
But if I read one word, see one picture about this come morning, even a single shot of the bloody wine glass the harlot held, you will all lose more than your jobs.
Okay, buddy. Luke's diatribe goes on for another few minutes, after which he excuses himself out of the area. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause, before the place comes astir again, but shortly the buzz returns. Dancers have once again taken to the floor, and the guests' excited talk begins anew.
Riteos 980. Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. But I couldn't care less about any of this now. Simply standing in the middle of it already gives me a headache. When the shock is faded, I just feel bone tingling. I've accomplished nothing what I've come here for, and apparently Ashton's disappeared sometime during the commotion. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. But he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to hide it from me.
Maybe he's after the ghost.
I don't think he's hiding it. I think he's just so much of a dunce that he doesn't even realize that he needs to tell you. It's the last straw. No longer in the mood, I grab my bag and head out, more than ready to end the disastrous night as early as possible.
Are we gonna bump into Luke?
Or Ash. As it turns out, the night isn't done with me yet. Because no sooner has the porter closed the door behind me than I find myself standing alone in the foyer with one Luke Wright. No sign of Hannah or Zachary. Just him and the agitated clicks his shoes
Riteos
when he
980
treads around the empty room.
said, Luke is honestly the best character ever in this game.
You think so? I mean, he's very funny. I will say that. He's such a shit.
Yeah, he is. You want to keep going, or?
Yes. Away from the media's prying eyes and their guests' judging stares, it's easy to glean how much this scandal has him shaken. Not to the point where he has utterly lost his composure. He appears to have mastered himself enough not to. But an ample opening is there for a nervous edge to show on the line of his shoulders.
What do you know?
The man is not as tough as he makes himself out to be. Sure, I've seen this before, briefly in that 1 second in the hallway at school. It's a strange matter, however, to witness this out in the open. Behind closed doors, this is the real Luke Wright.
And this time I forgot my book.
And he is a mess.
Yeah, pretty much.
Poor guy.
But he did it to himself.
Maybe. I don't know. Who knows what happened. Though, maybe that's because he hasn't noticed my presence yet. busy as he is with his thinking. If he's aware, I doubt he'll be acting like this. His pride is one thing that he will always wear with him. Even now, when I place a gentle hand on his shoulders and he whirls around to face me, there's a second-long moment of anger flashing across his features before it dissolves into confusion. He tucks it away as quickly as he can, but it does nothing to change the impression I've built of the man in my head.
Daisy, must you be everywhere?
What a thing to say.
We've only met 3 times, Luke. Quit the dramatics. Besides, shouldn't you be aware of who gets invited to your party?
If I was, there wouldn't be any of that scene tonight.
Yeah, no kidding.
That Munter wouldn't even get an inch within this property. I'd banner off Luxborn if I could.
He probably pawns everything off to their servants and Hannah. Pompous elitist douche.
Did you just come out here to lecture me about it?
Yes, that's definitely why I'm here.
Because, Daisy, I can already feel one coming tomorrow. I don't need to hear one from you tonight.
You are a very unpleasant man.
Understatement.
So I've been told. Will that be all? If so, I suggest you go back and join every bloody goss in that room.
Oh, not everything. As unpleasant and frustrating talking with this man is, he deserves the benefit of the doubt at least. The questions and criticisms aren't lacking, of course. But right this instant, there's only one thing that comes to mind. Is it true, or you should be with your wife?
Well, she's with Zachary. And we don't want to cause any problems there.
PSH
But
underscore
it's none of
AA.
our business if it's true.
Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. I don't know. This one's a hard one. He's so hard. He's so prickly. It's hard to pick what's going to be the right thing to say. I'm saying you should be with your wife.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, brooding over here isn't going to fix this mess.
Again with the lecture.
She's trying to help. Plug up.
Will you stop calling it that?
Very well, what should we call this then? A heart-to-heart?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Please don't. I might puke. And just so you know, I don't want to talk about feelings. Ever.
But Luke, we want to know.
This isn't one, all right? It's just a friendly concern. Bloody hell, can't you just take it for what it is?
He pauses a bit. Suddenly, he doesn't know what to do with his hands, and in the end, he simply stuffs them back into his pocket and sulks. There probably aren't many people who tell him that. He's a difficult man to get along with, after all. I honestly won't give him a second of my time if I didn't see a different side to him. Dealing with him requires more than patience. When the awkwardness passes, mostly coming from him, he merely glances away. But the tightness in his shoulders has eased, and when he speaks again, despite his rather rude choice of words, none has any venom in it.
Friendly concern, right. While we're at it, I should mention that Hana used to call that Viper friend. Now I think she might want to strangle the Munter if she sees her again.
No kidding.
After she's done with me, of course.
Oh, I'd wring your neck in a heartbeat.
Yeah, pretty much.
I doubt she's going to do anything like that.
What do you even know about this?
I was in the room. I saw everything.
Well, I mean,
And I know Hannah now.
she saw the blow up. She doesn't know what happened. Really. I mean, who knows?
Well, hopefully she
Rochelle
didn't.
could be a lying whore.
Could be.
Oh, I know enough. You may look like a sleazy douche, and you still are, by the way.
It's almost comical how fast his face shifts from mild disdain to offended, but I don't let it distract me. These things need to be said, and he needs to hear them. Even though they're coming from some meddling stranger.
But you have your few good moments. I might even say that you're a decent person, if I'm in the mood. Now go. If you really love her, you've got to try and fix this yourself.
Maybe tomorrow.
You're such a baby. Go talk to her.
Yeah, no kidding.
Luke.
Don't make me take my book out, man.
Real.
Daisy, did you see her earlier? Was that the face of a wife who wants to have a chat with her cheating husband?
Well, at least you admitted you did something wrong. Good for you.
Oh my god, she's the best.
How about a star? Would you like a star to go with that good deed?
I'm saving that. That's so funny. She's so sassy, I love her.
Don't get used to it. Do you realize how awkward this is?
Oh, I do.
Before I even thought about what to say, I've known there can only be two ways this can go. All things considered, it isn't as bad as I've assumed. However, there are still some things my brand of encouragement can't fix. His marital problems, first and foremost. His attitude follows right after.
I don't know if you can fix his attitude.
Concerns aside, I can't help with those. Those are things that only he can fix, and it's definitely not by standing around here bantering.
Don't worry, I was just about to leave. Feel free to continue with your brooding once I'm gone. I'm not going to tell anyone. Cross my heart.
You think this is funny, Daisy?
Right now it is.
Laughter is the only response I give him. With a slight wave of my hand, I end it right there and walk away. Give Luke unsolicited advice. Although, I can't resist the urge to glance back before I leave, only to have one last look at the man he really is. But the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it. Yep. Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. Like the first time I've stepped inside this place in search of Isabella. He was there too, wasn't he? That man, along with his wife and another person, Miss McCullough, and that shadow. No, a woman now. Her, no longer a dark blur. Terror rushes through every vein in my body. A crippling sensation gripping every part of me, while she stares at me with a glare filled with nothing but hate and venom. It's like staring at the eyes of a woman I've unknowingly robbed of something precious. I try to say something, a warning, but before I can gather my wits and voice it out, someone shuts the door behind me, as if to keep outsiders away from the secrets the mansion possesses. The brush of fresh air against my cheeks does little to dampen the chill in my bones. By now, the sensation, the fear and disquiet it leaves whenever I see her is familiar enough for me. Already, it made a home in my nerves. I don't even notice my trembling hands until I cross my arms across my chest. The cold from the tips of my fingers seeps through the thick material of my shirt. Neither of it helps bring together some semblance of coherent thought in my head. But I know I should...
Someone has to tell that douche.
Yeah, how are you gonna explain there's a ghost wrapped its arms around him?
Yeah. I start walking back before fear can cripple me again. It's not wise. Returning, that is. Especially after what happened. But Hannah's still an old friend, and Luke? Luke doesn't deserve whatever misfortune that letter might bring. I can't just leave those two in there. Isabella's right. She's real, and there's something she wants from everyone who has read that.
Becca, where'd you go off to?
Look who's talking.
Yeah,
Where the hell did you go?
Really?
If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city.
My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is that I've allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, purpose forgotten, I whirl around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up at the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. That straight face he keeps as I do so doesn't help temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right then and there, I might have forgiven him if he's shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even need to put them into words. Just a single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying.
Oh.
In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So, without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over his car. Probably over to his car.
Yeah, I was gonna say stomping onto his car.
That would
don't-
be rude.
I don't think he would like his poor baby car to stump on.
Although before I can pull open the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
Did you finally see the ghost?
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps, I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him, but whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this.
You saw her.
I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright,
Damn
and
it.
somehow you're friends with her.
Damn it, I was hoping you would say he finally saw the ghost.
He's not going to say that.
But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at my mention of the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff note his tone assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that? care to explain your reasons?
Care to explain your reasons?
I've not meant for it to sound as harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly in nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing in tightly into a fist at his sides. Then, swiftly, he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all those times before this? The year's worth? I don't doubt his sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness he's asking isn't something I'm too willing to hand, furious as I am. It's frankly a wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow. And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away, a short moment of wanting to say more, of waiting if he has anything to add. He's only silent, eyes still trained at a distance. It is the last glimpse I see of him before I climb inside his car. If the door slams closed with the same force as the anger I'm holding, its sound merely vanishes into the night, unnoticed.
Okay, he went up.
Oh, well that's good.
I was gonna say another negative.
That would suck.
Oh, Bloop got a positive as well.
Nice. He follows soon after. Shortly, we're on our way back to the city. Yet, even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers.
The moon is almost at its highest by the time we reach Saleswell.
Salemswell.
Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. That would be so funny. They're doing that. They're doing the hand thing. Quiet. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate. Rather he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven him away purely out of spite, and second, I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Oh, so he does have a flat. I thought he was just staying at people's houses. Irritation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him up on another long drive, especially when he still appears as if he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the key to my flat his way before a protest forms on his lips. Well, Although he catches it with ease, his eyes it with a weary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
She's really a good person.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends. We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought.
I don't. Maybe to Isabella's room?
Who knows?
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you. Oh no. Please.
What?
Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again?
Here we go again.
I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seeing anything at all. Figures this curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I can't just leave alone. Ashton's belief notwithstanding. It's just so happens that one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No? But this is.
I spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm raise of my hand.
Look, I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, growing quiet instead. Although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost two. Is that still plugged in for you?
No. It's okay.
Conflicted.
Are you really sure?
Yeah, okay. Now we can figure out where the unplugging is.
Give us a second.
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
You gonna admit that you've been seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain.
That's the reason why my car won't start. Because I don't want to get back in my car.
Now go! And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
God, he can replace that. Last of my reprimands goes both unheard and unanswered. As he disappears behind the stairs. If things aren't as strained, he might have a quick or two about that, followed by light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I am left staring after him.
Framerats. Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome. Hello. There's something in the way he asked it that nags. Implied, coupled with his expression. The whole exchange just feels unsettled. One that doesn't fade, even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus on another. Even as I dial Professor Anderson's number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, once gray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton is not dead. For his question died. What? For my well-being? Letter's curse? Literary invention? Answer for those who have to wait whenever. However, finally the call connects and the Professor Anderson voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late.
Sorry.
What can I do for you?
What a
I
nice
know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake, and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
What the heck am I gonna ask him? Oh, hopefully she's gonna ask him to do research on it. I'll look for you. Professor Anderson.
Sir,
Go ahead.
did you read it?
You wanna go? How dare you?
Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet with me 2 days later in front of Luxburg's public library. He has other commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose on him often, but the situation is... well, it's not entirely bad, though it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. If I want to get more in-depth information on the Ermengarde mansion, not simply what they choose to show to the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't ever find it in the general section. It has to be what they're keeping here, beyond the public eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with that kind smile and casual wave of his hand. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Hold on. The priest didn't see the letter.
No? But he did interfere with the mansion and try to drive her out.
Yeah, just imagine him finding the research. He gets help.
Maybe. Who knows?
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca! Didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can, it feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right, but just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age. But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He hands me the permit without further prompting. And just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature.
I guess to find
This is more than enough to get me those files.
Oh, files.
I mutter a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although when I look back up, his brows are furrowed, the very face of curiosity. Not surprising, considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asks.
If you don't mind, though, I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the Ermengarde mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while I fear he'll take the slip of paper back.
Give me back the paper.
You don't deserve it.
Stop meddling in somebody else's.
Is there something in what I said?
The ones they have out in the general isn't enough?
What are you hiding, Professor Andrew?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place.
Who else is in there?
Probably the rights.
Maybe you actually looked into it.
Don't know why he would decide to live there, but, you know. Sure.
The place is. No, it's the butler.
Fucking Johans is over here like, this place fucking weird. Give me the shit.
I must know about the place I'm staying at because
I didn't want to live here, but I have to.
Yep. I see dead people now.
It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about.
Oh.
Marianne.
Marianne.
Oh, perhaps.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't?
Oh. Luke, you have bad reputation.
Luke, why must you piss off every single person that you come into contact with?
Luxborn's most popular couple.
He might not be happy about Hannah
he does
either.
not like them. Interesting.
I wonder what Hannah did to piss him off too.
She's pretty pushy when she wants something.
Not as bad as Luke.
Well, Luke's just downright rude. But I can't see Hannah not being willing to go the extra mile if she wants it.
But I doubt she did the research.
If either of them did, it would be her.
Maybe. But I don't think she did. When we read the first thing, it didn't come up at the library at all.
Right, but we don't always get the whole story.
True. Because I don't think Hannah's seen the ghost.
I don't think she's seen it, but she's felt it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Something falls behind his eyes. The warmth in them suddenly gone, like he's reliving a painful, distant memory and seeing it play right in front of him. It disappears almost as soon as it surfaces. That look has unsettled something.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much.
Come on. He could just eat her.
Spill the beans, Prof.
What did Luke do? What did
Or Hannah.
00_Ava. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome.
Welcome.
But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
What did they do?
Yeah, no kidding. What did he stand? Good.
Right, like, I talked to them. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go to a movie
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
or play a game.
Hide and seek with, Takako?
Yep.
Is this about the rights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it.
Look, man, you can't fucking drop that advice and not give me a reason.
I wonder
Come
if-
now.
Just imagine if he's a teacher.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we did see that flashback where it was Hannah playing in the mansion.
Yeah.
Maybe he was her teacher when that happened. People got hurt.
Anyway, I have to leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws.
Haven't had one of those in a while.
Dude, I haven't seen one of those before.
Which is weird, because we live in Montana. You would think that would be a popular dessert in Montana.
Yeah, no
Hmm.
kidding. Like, the one. Walmart has that.
Yeah, not a fan of Walmart's donuts. They are pretty, though.
They're pretty, of course.
I can't find a good donut anywhere in this town.
Super one or healthy.
Good to know. I'd like to go get some curlers fresh off the belt up at the Dunkin' Donuts.
You know the
No, the Krispy Kreme over in Kalispell.
best donuts is there's a it's near your house. It's like on Central. There's a donut place at Bib Walmart.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's really good.
Where's that at? Do you remember the name? Oh, we'll have to go sometime.
The only problem is getting their hours. I don't know if they actually close at 4 or anything because it's kind of hard to make it to.
Gotcha.
Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Oh, I'm good. I just have to stretch. And Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze. The gesture a younger me is always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. What was that? Are you okay? Ma'am.
I had to do a sprint.
That was just the biggest little groan I've ever heard. I watch him until he disappears behind the door to a cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the rights isn't anything I should concern myself about.
Probably find out in the weeks.
Yeah. Or she'll find something in the restricted section.
I don't think the professor information would be.
Maybe. We shall see. But somehow, in the grand scheme of things now, all of it feels oddly relevant. Yeah, it probably is. The how, though, I've yet to find out.
You know what sucks? She goes to the basement in the library.
And then Takako is there.
Yeah.
That would suck. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. I guess it's your turn.
On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor is in particular. I wonder how long you can actually keep a book out in this library. Because she still has that book.
Well, it's only been roughly a week.
True. I've always considered this place to be a secondary,
A sanctuary. A respite.
A respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here to no end, poring over the pages, living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now, it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating. Even with how clean they've kept the
I have no idea. Microfiche, maybe?
How the entire smell of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I began to long for the noise outside. Perhaps as a way to calm this unease, I start to hum a tune. Imagine that. Why, of all things, it has to be that silly nursery rhyme. I'm not even inkling. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that is enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Wait. You think Zach actually looked into the background of the mansion?
Maybe.
Even if there's a possibility of it being fruitless, by some means, it feels like I have to do it. It's not for me, then for the people who has been affected by this, what do we even call this?
It was probably Ash. Looking
Yeah, but I think he would have said the detective.
Possibly.
A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry? I only listen to her now. It's all stem from that one moment in the movie house, does it? We could have avoided this had we only taken her warning to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at
Tarsai.
myself.
Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome. Or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do of what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
A good start.
It doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. A microfiche of an old newspaper, long kept in special storage cabinet at the far end of the restriction section. The year is 1620 and beyond, before the city of Luxembourg
0_lonely_Egirl.
existed.
Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome. In the records, when the mansion has just been built, the Islam is nothing more but a small, sleepy hamlet near the river. A lot of pieces are missing. Days, sometimes several consecutive
Consecutive.
weeks without any records remaining. Often it goes on for years. Troublesome, but as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything that, to all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over what records keepers of the old could have done to make this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
How dare they not have this records up to date? The microchip machine keeps me company as I go over each slide, each image, hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. There are snippets, little mentions of the family that once settled in the house here and there. The unusual singing of praise for the couple who helped brought up what was once a tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Nothing is abstract.
Rockin___. Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome. Nothing I don't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the years after their death. The people of Enslem might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth
Ermengarde.
mourning their passing, and held them in high esteem in the years after. daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. Ooh, the daughter caused the problem. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable, considering it was a period of recovery from a lot of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. Up, and there she is.
Yeah. Poor little thing.
That's what's surprising though. Apparently, her time also marked more than specifical changes into the place. She moved things, changed laws, uttered old customs and traditions. If there were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. The gist of it is the town she rebuilt. It's what eventually grew to become Luxembourg City, while the nearby Alslam village remained as it was, a relic of the old. The frown swiftly formed on my face.
So, why is there a need to hide this?
One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of those ever mentioned this. It always the lord and the lady of the house. Their enduring child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes that one who always took her like in the end. Never someone who restored a town from the brink of collapse or brought new ideas to it. Is it because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
No, I don't think it's because she's a woman.
I think it's because she's secretly awful.
Yeah. Granted, not everything is sunshines and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. But this is history. Some parts are born to natural delve into unpleasant territories, whether I like it or not. Witch hunt. Yeah.
There she is. And there she is again. They're both there.
For example, become common near the end of her life, which would have been completely unremarkable and might have gone to become a mere footnote in history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slave she saved. She saved?
Yeah, she put an end to the slave trade, so that's what the papers knew.
It caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week worth of lip jeans. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by an entire town, at the word of Lady Charlotte's alone. But this doesn't really have anything to do with this curse, does it? Unless that woman following us and the slave are the same person. A tale of revenge. Oh,
Cliche.
cliche. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration would start resembling her. But in my file field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. Oh, that would be weird. I just had a thought. I'll be the laughing stock of the community if she comes out of this, starts like doing the ring.
That would be interesting, but I just don't think that's gonna happen.
It's probably not, but I'm just saying that would be kind of creepy if you just see a hand come out.
Yeah.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step away from the screen, pressing a palm to my tired eyes. The lack of compile light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form at the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near figuring things out. This is simply too much to take in all at once.
I should have asked for someone's help.
Now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me and placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. The motions no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. I don't make much mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have to look somewhere else. The where remains unknown, though. But just as I'm about to slip the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand paws, the microchip halfway through its protective sleeve. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at. It seems like a gossip column at the first glance, but upon closer look, I slide it back to the reader, gently turning the dial in search of the page. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear, there they are. They must have had their drawings commissioned for the announcement. I don't doubt it. The details are far more intricate. Their likeness likely closer to how they might have appeared at the time. They're both recognizable this way, closer to those paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing beside her, Edward Godfrey. Edward Godfrey. According to the articles that caught my attention previously, her first cousin and eventually her fiancé. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself. Or maybe it's the sharp of his eyes. Though I can't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like Luke. My head snaps up. The glaring at whoever's running in the floor above. Any day I've marched upstairs and reprimanded whoever it is.
This is a library, for heaven's sake.
But now it's the time. I've gotten what I needed. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button with a copy of the page, while my other hand moved to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. A ragged relief, perhaps, or maybe this is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off a headache building up from everything.
Sometime I've even began humming the same song again for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders, this may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. Oh, here comes Ghosty.
Yep.
However, its sound isn't what makes me snap my eyes open. No, it's my turn. Feeling the chilly brush of air behind my back.
Damn it!
Nice, that was nice.
Way to go, Megan.
After this, can we go get snacks?
Yeah.
Stomach is starting to turn. Need to put something in it to shut it up. Brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. It's that suffocating sensation again, creeping into every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. From that day in the mansion, from that brief moment in the school. Without delay, I grab the papers and make a quick beeline to the door. Excuse me, ma'am. We are having a tense moment here. My whole body freezes.
What are you doing, Miss Pink?
I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. For a little while, the only sound of papers crumbling under my grasp fills the room. The excitement from earlier gone. Replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading throughout my limbs. More than the fear is anger. It pains me to hear her using my own student's voice against me, and more than once I believed it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
Kara, go later. Although she hasn't made a move, there isn't a wall behind me. I'll probably take a step back. Anything to put a distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. I steel myself. Because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I am not dying here.
You think you scare me?
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook. This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight.
Oh, her accent came out there for a sec. Okay, seriously, you two?
Me.
Really, you picked the worst moments.
Dara, down. Down.
I expected she'll lunge, prove to me what a monster she is. Instead, she gives me a smile, twisted and gnarled. time has crawled to a stop at the sight of it. A split-second decision. And before I know it, my body shifts. Adara, you have the worst timing in the world. Ugh. Eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough on the nearby table and hurling it at her. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hit its mark. I run. As fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. But in this maze of bookshelves, the whole place almost void of people. Is there even a place safe enough I can escape to? I wouldn't go upstairs, that's where we heard the scuttling. If there's one, it's out of this room, out of this place, as far away as anyone can get from her. I can think about the rest of what I can do after I'm outside, when there are other people I can ask for help. She's not chasing after me like this. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race for the restriction section's door, head downstairs, and barrel straight for the library's exit. Towards safety. In a desperate bid for my life, library rules be damned. I can no longer hear her behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. A breath almost escapes me as I near the door. A little more, when out of nowhere, a library cart careens from a blind corner and slams to my sides. My back hits the floor with a hard thud, the impact completely knocking the breath out of me. A copper tang of blood gradually spreads over my tongue as I fight to get my bearings back. I force myself to move, even with the excruciating pain coursing through my limbs. The exit's almost there. If only I can... There's no moment's respite. The next thing I know, there's a heavy weight atop me, and cold digits slide around my neck, tight like a vice, pressing, closing in, leaving me gasping for air. Through my blurred vision, I can only make out the hateful gleam, the spite in her eyes as she looms over my body, and her grip on my throat moves tighter. Desperation kicks in. My nails dig into her wrists and struggle against her firm grip, trying to pry her fingers away.
Let me go.
Alright, probably gonna have to start fighting. Where are you? You didn't help at all! Too strong. Her hold on me is too strong.
Mouse.
Yeah. So why don't you take them out since obviously I'll go ahead and read the end of this. My lungs begin to ache, burning with the lack of air, pain growing worse with every second I writhe under her punishing grip.
Somebody help me.
Darkness starts to fill the edges of my vision. Soon the world fades. Okay. Yep, so pause so that the dogs can go pee and leave us alone. And possibly a cigarette. I'll wait for you to work on the dogs. They're cute, but they are not very useful.
Well, we can take how exciting that is.
Dara, you're terrible.
We'll be right back.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Don't think twice.
She didn't think twice about.
Yeah, just read it again.
I don't think twice. My limbs are moving on their own before what I could do fully register in my brain and my lungs can recover. Behind me, she lets out a sharp, loud cry and thunderous against the empty walls of the library. The fear her wails brings compares nothing to the relief washing over me when I finally make it out. My knees buckle as soon as my feet hit the pavement, its surface cold and hard against my skin. I've only been in there for a few hours, about 1 or 2 probably. I don't know anymore. It feels like an eternity all the same. My breathing hasn't slowed down yet, and I don't expect it to go. Expect it to after going that. Actually, I should probably. I got
Harvey looked the most ungrateful, undignified creature on the Sunday morning drive. Now out of breath, disheveled, slumped here with a bloody lip and but at presents, I simply can't bring myself to care, even when a few pressured passers-by start giving me a strange look. Stare at me all you want. I don't give a single shit. I'm alive. I'm safe. This isn't the end yet, but I'm safe. And inside my bag of tricks of a dog.
Go lay down. You're being annoying.
Come on. Bag is something that could get us out of this mess. Nothing defined yet. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it's still something. If Isabella is here, I'm sure she'll feel the same. She'll even be the first one who will put her faith on it. Wherever this'll lead us to is a victory on its own. Now all that is left is to find the others, the rest of us trapped in this bloody nightmare. Right on cue, as if an answer to my previous thoughts, my mobile phone lets out a beep. I pick it up, simply hoping it'll be one of them. Only it's a voicemail that greets me. From Ashley. With a pound of disappointment, of course, but it brings some reassurance that nothing happened to at least one of them.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
He ends it right there. The message less than a minute long.
Concerning noises.
Kurt. It's fine. Curtin gives nothing away. I let it ease my worries, regardless, and do as he asked. Because this, too, is another triumph for us. One less thing to worry about. Ashton!
Finally, we get into his head.
Mark Zink.
Alright, I guess.
Welcome to my channel.
Parties have never really been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my day. Prior plans and commitments canceled, all for the sake of playing along with others.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
Oh, so his story starts now. Interesting.
What are you doing back there, you silly bug?
Trying to get our attention by being very annoying. Are you even able to? Okay, cool. That's good. Okay.
Go lay down.
Why are you so offended? outside. Go lay down.
Play with the non-squeaky ball. I hated that.
Please make yourselves at home.
But Mom often insisted. She'd slick my hair back, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urged me to make friends. I don't like friends.
I don't like anything.
Emo boy. Never mind how utterly loud or tedious it was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me, long before I've chosen what I wanted to do with my life. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak a CD player along. That shit is so hard to do. Those things were big. And I mean, the headphones, how do you sneak that?
Depends on what year this was. It
I
was
guess.
one of those smaller.
Oh, I guess that was a thing. I grew up on outdated tech. I kept to myself and to my music. I had my own little world. Until I learned to observe. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie or a simple flick of wrist alone can tell volumes about a person. I still don't like parties. Especially ones as big and fancy as the Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Besides, like it or not, it's all part of the job. You're on a mission.
Careful with my.
The only woman I'll ever love.
Yep. You are.
One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to commit to remain inconspicuous, after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxburg. Granted, most of it has gone cold over the years, having stagnated without any lead or evidence, but that still doesn't make him any less suspect. Yet, here he is, throwing a party in his own backyard. Although, having observed the man this past year, I'm not even shocked. Craves it, the damn spotlight. Constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found at his own party. That's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends. How closely he's creeped into the lives of the people I care about. Again, like a stubborn itch you couldn't be rid of. First, Professor Clark. Then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's also Rebecca. Apparently.
Ashton?
Becca, what are you doing here?
He looks like a startled owl.
Yeah.
Like a startled baby owl.
What are you doing here? I'm undercover.
Clearly, wearing the same thing you always do.
Yep.
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
That explains things, and makes it difficult all the same. As if getting a contact among the staff to sneak a name into the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night, and I might have placed another setback on my. The guy almost ditched me last night and might have placed another setback on my investigation if it wasn't for my generous tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person to mind.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
A necessary lie. I can't bring my own friends into this any further than what they've found themselves in. Because if Luke Wright so much as harms a hair on either Zach or Rebecca's heads, there will be hell to pay. Worrying about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of other people, though.
What the hell did he do?
I'm guessing embezzlement.
That or something?
It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he isn't capable of it. More than, in fact. And on the off chance he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can.
For Zach's and Rebecca's sakes, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective's intuition or whatever. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car slows to a stop and out comes...
Chief?
He looks like a little startled baby owl. I love him.
Pretty much. It's like, why is everyone I know here?
My presence here might be odd at best, but I have an excuse. One that this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with a heavy dose of flattery for the newly promoted detective inspector. Can't exactly say the same for my good old boss, can I? Although to see him here, chatting it up with Luxburn's rich and famous, isn't such a big surprise in itself. No disrespect meant, but the guy is obviously a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest's wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Yeah, he has a crush on him.
Which is weird. It's
Yeah.
so creepy.
Ashton, what's.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon.
Yeah, really.
But what about.
What the shit is going on here?
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact.
I don't want to draw attention to myself either. At least not until he's given me proper reason to spoil his little party.
Thank you for the invite, Anna.
So creepy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Why?
Wanna go on a date?
No, fuck off. You're creepy. You're obviously way too old for her. Could be
Husband
his
still
dad.
missing, I see.
Hopefully his wife is about the same.
She didn't look it, but you can't really tell when you look out the
Back of her head. Yeah.
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee.
Mind your business, Lee.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
The doctors again.
Yeah. Do you know that she's pregnant or a detective?
She's in your garden currently.
Yeah.
For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially Chief here, whose motives are dubious at best. If it means having to pretend I don't know who Zach and Rebecca... If it doesn't...
God, you're having
Shoot
Megan.
myself.
You're having Megan problems.
If it means having to pretend I don't know Zach and Rebecca, or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone like, then so be it. It can't involve anyone. Wandering is out of the question as well, when there are guards and civvies stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I could do with ease, but I'd rather not right now, when I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about. It'd be best to try and do so once there's a crowd of people. And if their interior designers' drunken claims are to be believed,
Yes, well, what about Luke?
give
Should we
it
file
up.
a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
Back off.
Go look for your wife in the dark.
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
Just made it even worse, dude.
Yeah, please just leave. Well, props to him for at least maintaining eye contact. It'll all come down to how well I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party is going to give me the breakthrough I need to crack Luke right, or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. Had an inkling before. A few hunches tempered down by how much of a bumbling fool the man appears. But one does not simply deal with the rites and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or it's the other way around. So, with a last wary glance at the two, I head into the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Shit. Your turn.
By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen. Yet there still isn't a Luke right in sight. The man quite
Ostentatious.
ostentatious,
Frankly.
frankly, dude! I don't get enough anywhere else.
It looks so good. I want some too. Good to know they still have family eggs and empty parties. But do those have caviar in them? I would.
I don't even know how many
Hors d'oeuvres.
hors d'oeuvres I've already stuffed my face with. One too many, but the servers are already giving me a stink eye every time I saunter over to the buffet. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guts to show up late.
To his own party.
Besides, most of the guest idle talk is concentrated in this area. Despite standing under the same roof with the very people they're whispering about, some just can't resist. I might as well keep an ear out for any unuseful info.
Is Suarez still fixing that tech problem? Tech problem?
It's been 3 years. Sooner or later, the Blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
He might have already.
If the red tape I'm being slammed with these past few months suggests anything, that or someone has been pulling the strings.
Probably your boss.
You looking for a napkin?
I found him.
I wouldn't be shocked. This case would not have gone this long if scumbags didn't have a mule or some kind in the force. Why does it sound like he's doing a drug deal?
Could be doing a drug deal.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out.
I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened.
Feh, glad I did not have to deal with that. But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
Kind of negligence has always been in but sometimes I wish I could be smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Oh jeez. Who cheats on who? Sweet. One person's motive for bashing someone's skull against the wall, or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive.
Excuse me? People just talk about this shit in the middle of these fancy ass parties? I thought there was like a code of conduct or some shit.
That
God
sort
damn.
of stuff. Burn alive? Who the heck having the conversation is that one?
That's not a party conversation. What a weird thing to hear.
After a few years, it gets tiring. You get desensitized to it. But humans could also be downright awful. Sometimes there's simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world.
For real, I wouldn't want to hear about that either. Especially if there was nothing I could do to help.
Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight. The mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later, for one. And I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. And something else always comes up. Assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of
Cardiac arrest.
arrest, for example. Interesting. Ah! Wrong button! Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt the second I shift my eyes to the corner of the ballroom.
Hana Wright.
He looks like a gumpy monkey, you know?
Yeah,
I swear it's his hair that does all of this animal shit, right?
he's not an elf, and he's a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help that his ears are really cool. Some will say I'm acting a touching bit paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party, and she's the host. It goes to say that she takes time to mingle with her guests. But Hannah Wright's new events isn't without her fair share of accolades. At least to the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's one with a business sense, not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there it might be. She's clear as far as my agents and I have found, but it doesn't rule out a possible involvement with whatever her husband did.
I don't think she's involved. I think she's none the wiser.
Yeah, no kidding. I think she has something else on her mind. The bump. Yeah. Hell, Luke Wright came out clear in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. What I found sufficient to bring anyone to trial yet, but it's enough to nurture suspicion. This may be a bit of an overreaction, but no one lasts long in my line of work by being careless.
You would catch his
Watch
eye a
he's
lot
wrong
better if you
about
wore
all of
nicer
it and
clothes,
just
don't you think?
Oh, he overheard it.
Yeah.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Having grown up with the spotlight forcing focus on it. Yet, even though that Tidy Stays has been here since the party started. I brushed it off earlier. Who would have edgy, right? I've gone undercover in a party hosted by the very person I'm investigating. That is itself is risky and has a plenty of room for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so. I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. An odd feeling that's instead.
Here's more sensitive than you think she is.
It has been like this since last week, but I should already be used to this. People would be looking at me no matter how small or big of the lip I am on the radar. It's what they do in this place. But when the feelings of burning in my back lingers longer than necessary, I've been looking around now and then, catching
It's Hannah and Rebecca just glaring him down.
Yeah, no kidding. No luck. And despite my efforts to push the situation as far down as I could, Rickle continued to sneak in the back of my head, and the ghost of the cold creeps up my lips. Oh,
That might be
yeah.
the top.
Until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hannah.
Oh,
She
yep.
stands there, dark hair and dirt, sticking out like a sore thumb. Even so, no one seems to notice. Hannah noticed something. Although she looks away from me, her mere existence here strikes, disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision blinds while I stand stock still and gasp at her, like my life depended on making sure she stays where she is. Feel trapped in her presence until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize that I've been holding my breath. Before I can figure out what happened, she's gone. Quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing happens. That's interesting. She shows up for him at the party. No sooner than everyone else. That's kind of interesting. I'm not really one of to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would not have been allowed in fancy things like this. Are they really that
Incompetent.
competent for someone so distant, easily get in without notice.
I just think it's interesting that he noticed her and she wasn't trying to get something. So she was
True.
completely looking away from him.
Yeah,
She had her eyes trained on him.
yeah, and Hannah felt it. There's some, there should have been an outcry by now, particularly from the host. She's been standing at almost an arm's length away from the woman, and yet she's with
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
He's talking about him.
Yeah. But I'm starting to see things. I couldn't have been the one, though I'm every bit as sober as when I first stepped off my car. Why would anyone want to do that? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy. But I couldn't see why he'd ever think it'd be a good idea to place the food he'd serve in this party with someone like Chef Lee on his guest list to boot. He has been linked to
Narcotics.
I was right. Yet, however, the kind of tactic is below how much I could tell. Unless there's a mess waiting to happen here tonight, which I doubt. So,
What the fuck was that?
Ash, you are a
there's no time to look deeper into
Oh,
this.
time for Luke to make
Even
his
if
appearance.
I want to. Not when total silence comes upon the room and draws everybody's attention to the main door of the ballroom.
About damn time.
That would be funny if Luke
Angie
heard.
monkey.
That would be funny if Luke heard that. What fucking time?
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party. I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the Wright Mansion.
I've been telling this guy for a while now. Before that, I heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incidents with Professor Clerk yet. Pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. Well, Wright's good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing. He's shown to be a real rotten guy. At least that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I've lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases the guy could, dang it, damn finger, be pined with.
00_Darla.
Pinned with.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Standing in the same room as him does make me want to punch him any less. Actually, the urge is stronger, but protocols, my case first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here.
I just want Ash to punch someone. Just haul off.
If I want to put him in his place, it should It should be in the court, with all proper charges filed against him. And I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Ugh. He's so cringy.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd.
Question. Does it trip you up when I give you words? Would you rather me not do that?
No, it pretty much, if I mess up on someone tell me.
Okay.
Amidst the cheers and compliments, now is a good time as any to move. Try to find that something woman. In the first place, I have no plan to actually shake hands with this slime ball himself. A fake smile is plastered on my face while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossiping, all while slowly reaching out of volume. Before I can get further,
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or create an even greater problem, whatever. Just blows up everyone's funny spaces, one way or another.
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here! You bloody bastard, standing there with your smarmy smile!
Not even a few seconds in, and this is already proving itself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on a television to buy daytime soap operas? You could just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real life. You get free food. Really, if I were an actual guest, I just take this as some sorted form of amusement.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
Yeah, where is her husband?
Off fucking around. Oh, we went back in time. Oh, I guess we didn't. The morning after starts off quiet. Even the whole of Salem Well Residences seems unusually still. The open hallway, when I step out, is devoid of tenants. No sounds coming from the other units either. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon.
There it goes.
You got it! Yay! Sort of. I'm gonna smell mine. Oh, mine smells just as funny, and they're not spoiled. Here, take a sniff.
No, yours actually smells normal.
You can have mine, the rest of mine then.
I don't see any green, so I think I'll would.
I mean, there's rainbow sprinkles. There probably is some green.
Maybe.
Well, if
I die on the stream, then we know this.
Alrighty then. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though. I can't even remember the last time I've slept without anything urgent interrupting. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the insistent buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in. The ringing has stopped before I could move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Pity. I could use a little more rest until I have to face the other storm. Of course I owe Rebecca an explanation. Doesn't matter if it's the whole truth or another hastily spun tale. Although I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zach and Isabella, who don't usually ask questions and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It will have to be set aside for later, though. The chief's name stares back at me, almost as if he's mocking me.
Can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy.
I fucking love his ringtone.
Baggers, watch out. Can't beat me.
He already
Zach.
broke his
Better not lie. I'm a cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy.
It would have been nice to just chill after last night, or maybe half listen to the news.
Looking for trouble?
Sure, it's the same thing we've been hearing lately. Still beats standing outside in the chilly Luxburn morning on the phone with my boss.
Baggers, watch out. Can't beat me. Looking for
Sighing,
trouble?
I answer,
Better not
if only
lie.
to get this
I'm
over
a
with.
cool dude.
Ray, where are you right now?
Home. Now that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour. Just thinking how this will go already gives me a headache. Immediately, I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless.
What was that?
Nothing.
Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you, too.
He's probably calling to rag on me or complain about his wife, which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. Seems like the usual rich man cheats on wife deal.
It's rich woman she's done.
Well, I mean, he's probably fooling around on Rochelle, too.
Oh, maybe.
Although I would have followed up on it if it were somebody else's wife. But figuring it's the chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the Wright's shady dealings. This is why I left before they even hauled the woman out last night. I'm not going to go around investigating cheating husbands and wives when it's probably just that. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though.
There's nothing pleasant in the morning.
That is such a solid mood, Chief Lee.
Anyway, where are you?
I'm home.
I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
Fell asleep, you munter. Fuck off.
I'm sorry. I do sleep once in a while.
He did, and not only him. Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them have said the same thing numerous times in the past. Maybe you would listen to one eventually. A thought? But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen when there are other things I need to focus on at the time.
Also, why the heck would Chief be calling him when he's undercover?
Really, yeah.
I need to know. Goddamn finger.
Besides, we have radios and work issue phones. Why isn't he using those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early.
Oh, no kidding.
If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
He's trying so hard.
No need for that. This won't take long.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Stop being a shit, Ash. He is being a sarcastic shit right now.
Do you want me to hold your hand?
Oh no, everything's good over there. Just...
Don't tell me I have to check your wife's information.
I really would not like to. Thank you.
I already know
She's a cheater. We get it. We all saw it, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Look, kid. Frey. Don't take this personally, alright?
You're off the case.
You're
New
off
Life
the Luxborn
underscore
firm
live.
case. Starting today.
Welcome to my
Yep.
channel.
Hello,
New Life
welcome.
underscore live. Said. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com, earl.me/J6GTS.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Alrighty.
Well, I did not expect to hear that either. Why am I off the case?
No kidding.
Is it because I saw your wife? Alright, well, let's...
Is it because your wife has had an affair?
Yeah. This must be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. The chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood or a severe hangover, maybe? Everyone knows that when given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be trashed an hour in at the party. He likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. I wouldn't blame him. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up, if I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking to my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait,
I mean,
no.
he's allowed to.
What? Are you kidding, Chief? Is this one of your practical
Angry.
jokes again? The Temps won't say anything about it, but
It's not that.
Because my wife was having an affair with Luke and I don't want to know any more information.
Yeah.
They're orders from the higher-ups.
Yeah, probably orders from Luke Wright's bank account, more like.
Most likely.
Ah, the higher-ups. Yes, my favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups ever care about what the Criminal Investigation Department did?
They do now when it comes with money.
Mm-hmm. As far as I could tell, they don't give a hoot if Sid is filled with cold cases, as long as we keep spending low. When I need to view these old case files, though, they're locked away in the archives. You're gonna have to check with the higher-ups. I need to access these reports, see if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move in this case, there isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority.
What if the chief wasn't the only person, only cop there?
Huh? Maybe. Who knows? If it's not the chief, it's the commissioner. Or so they always tell me. It makes one wonder why they even bother assigning it to anyone. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And they wonder why it's taken so long for even a hint of progress to show.
you can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
I'm not like your wife.
Yeah, how dare you treat me like her? Like,
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton.
just ask for the reasoning.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, why? Because the higher up. Why the higher
Before
up?
hanging up, sorry about your wife, bruh. Click. Just to be an ass.
You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years, but
3 years, Chief. 3 years.
3 years since that anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Wright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxburn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one who made it this far, made much progress that officers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. just within a year, and with barely any help from the damn brass at all. Of course I'll be pissed.
Do you know what would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold, like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I saved this from getting thrown into the archives, sir.
And it's getting thrown in the archives right now.
Mm-hmm.
You need another pillow?
Nope.
I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Frey, but the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress.
What am I supposed to do? Pull something out of my ass?
The commissioners suck. Working with commissioners sucks. Ask me how. Fuck all. Okay.
Still too slow by their standards.
Well, make it easier, bitch.
Too slow?
Now it looks like a gorilla.
I don't see gorilla, but that is one. I would not want to face that look. That's scary. He's scary.
Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another.
It's kind of hard to get results if I can't go anywhere.
Yeah, really. Just seems to me
Concrete
like.
proof, Frey.
Just seems to me like they keep getting paid off by Luke Wright, so they keep having to throw it away.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision. They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the Force longer. Someone who has more experience.
Someone like you, perhaps.
Someone who has more experience?
They meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
Motherfucker. Age has nothing to do with competency.
I broke my phone just to get to where I am.
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training. I'm as qualified as they are.
Futile. I know it is.
Yeah, no kidding.
They'd never say it within my earshot, but from every minute I stepped into their precinct, a lot of them had underestimated me. From their stares alone to the assignments I got. They'll eat it when they wake up. To them, I'm still just a kid. Too young, too green, too inexperienced. And once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I've accomplished, what my records say, or the amount of work I've put in every investigation they've thrown my way.
We're all aware of your skills, kid. You wouldn't have that badge and rank if you weren't good enough. However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Stop blowing smoke. Can he even hear himself? The reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins this line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Don't I get a second chance?
Poor baby.
You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final. I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning. And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
Chief, please. A few more weeks. I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Afraid it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers. You aren't to be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment. Hell, just keep out of the precinct, Frey. Take the weekend off.
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night?
What did I do last night?
If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
You were at the party.
Yep. It makes me pause. Shit. His wary tone, the sudden careful note in his voice. Slowly, a frown forms in my face, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think of it that way, seeing how he acted around Hannah Wright last night. Is he worried? Why should he be? Maybe because you know his family business now.
Yeah.
Everyone who's anyone was invited. I didn't doubt for a second why he received an invite, even if his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've unintentionally walked in on it. All I have is the sneaking suspicion, but when one looks at it from a different angle, puts everything together. Why the hell I've been taken off this case might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason. What were you doing there? I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
a shock. He coughs, and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses, lies. I don't want to accuse him of anything, yet he's someone I've respected since I joined LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and tendency to procrastinate. He's obviously competent enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be Chief Inspector of Luxburn Police if he wasn't. He wouldn't last years in service without some track record backing him. Unless that, too, is a fluke, and what's backing him is not something, but someone.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Fucking shit.
Chief Harvey,
He sounds
about
like
last
me.
night with the...
I didn't hear anything.
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
I'm getting thrown off a case.
Suddenly getting thrown off of a case after witnessing some fucking debacle involving you and your wife at a party is really sus, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn into service if I can, but at this point, it seems too late to remind him of that. He's probably already moved from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interests. Damn it. I've suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower-ranked subordinates in the force, but from my own boss? Shit. No wonder that leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings. I might have been set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me.
Ooh. Chief might be under loose.
I'm thinking, yeah. But I don't want to just give this up. I don't want to believe I've wasted an entire year for this. I don't want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah Wright, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning. Every copy of the files you have, I want to see it all on my table. Understood?
This isn't...
Frey, am I understood?
What else can I do other than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer, using that tone.
God damn finger.
Just take your hand off of the damn thing. With my own superior expecting an answer, using that tone, brushing my questions off as easy as discarding a dead body.
Yes,
That's really actually not very easy at all. That was
yes,
an odd. Okay.
sir.
Oh.
He looks like a kicked puppy. I just want to hug him. He cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Funny why this still caught me off guard. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is. How far from reality everything I've believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There are no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with the politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping I'll make things better for the people I care about. It ended up changing me instead. Serves me right for being too idealistic, I guess. Bless you. This is probably the universe telling me that it's better to remain the skeptic I really am. Now here I am, standing useless. Can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
Oh, Rebecca. It figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this, which seems to happen a lot, regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
I'm not happy.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. It's too bad. Instead, she just looks, well, the storm I left brewing last night, it's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with how I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word. Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call. Although, I'm not gonna lie, couch is great. 10 out of 10, would sleep again.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
She's trying not to laugh. That is her trying not to laugh face. Her bitterness is not lost on me, but at this point in our friendship and our lives, how does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
She merely raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I need. Seeing her like this makes me believe those things Z-Man says, the part where Rebecca scares him sometimes. I've certainly seen this more than once already. But the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation's starting to take. Only an awkward cough serves as a way to stall.
Okay, of course you're still mad.
Poor thing, he just looks like a kicked puppy.
But whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want.
She wants an explanation, not an apology.
If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Bark like a dog.
You look like one.
For real. He looks like
Ashton,
Ollie.
an apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
She wants to know. And you're off the case. You can actually tell her.
Actually, you can't.
Your boss doesn't.
That's a dangerous game to be playing after you've pissed your boss off.
Hey, he's the one that's who's pretty much under Luke's fingers.
Exactly. Being under Luke's thumb means being under Luke's protection.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
She looks ready to strangle him.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Not what this is about.
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party?
Just tell her you were undercover and then leave it at that.
Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach? Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some
Platonic
friendship,
dates.
huh?
How does she not get this? It's pretty fucking obvious he was there on a case.
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party?
On the case, investigating.
What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
And he doesn't want to implicate you in any of it. I couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid them. I did it to keep Zach safe. To keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend. It was still a party hosted by a person of interest. By a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. I could see him doing that. But then Chief showed up. Hannah Wright happened. And Luke Wright just can't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. All of a sudden, none of my original reasons mattered. If I was found out right then and there, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. But Rebecca doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand what I can and can't say to keep them from harm. Zach, she's not going to understand if you don't tell her. It's all in her eyes, in the tight line of her lips and her furrowed brows. The hurt. This day is off to a wonderful start. First, my case, now Becca. How do I even go about this? Oh, neither of these are good. I suppose just stretch the truth. Give her what you can. Obviously, I couldn't just say, hey, Becca, you know the Wrights? They're suspected to be ringleaders of a crime syndicate and shit like that. Protocol or otherwise, there are so many things I'm not allowed
Aaron
to tell
_ Latifolia. Welcome to my channel. Aaron _ Latifolia said. Hello, Catcher Wiggle.
Hello!
How are you doing?
Okay. Even if I am able to share information with civilians, knowing anything could very well put them in danger.
Aaron _ Latifolia said. I'm doing well, thank you, Catcher Browse.
Good to hear that. We're playing the letter. We're finally on Ash. We've been waiting.
Yep.
Because I just want inside his little head. I want to study him under a stethoscope. No. It's why I keep it vague. Obscure the facts, or when push comes to shove, stretch the truth and lie through my teeth. It's a necessity I've grown to deal with. It has always become a part of me, no matter how much I loathe doing it.
I mentioned it, didn't I? I was there on behalf of someone else.
Why can't you just tell her you were doing an investigation? You didn't want to get her involved. Is that too much to say?
I was on business, Becca. I wasn't there to have a good time.
She doesn't look convinced at all. Although she's the very picture of someone who's at least willing to listen, her glare effectively takes a good 20 off of my current years. I feel like a kid again, being reprimanded by my junior high school teacher for sleeping in class.
I listened to the whole thing.
Getting away with that is easier than with this one. It's the thing with someone you've been friends with for so long. They're the ones who know you inside out. Good grades wouldn't be enough for Rebecca to let this whole thing slide. Okay.
You couldn't even spare a single second to mingle.
Mingled as much as I could.
Which was not at all.
Well, that, but I listened to everyone else mingle.
Yeah. Just tell her you were undercover. It's not that hard.
Get it over with.
What was I supposed to say? Hi, fancy meeting you here. Would you like to dance? By the way, those appetizers were really good. You should try some. Like that.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what she was hoping for. Would you go lay down? Why are you up?
What a stretch.
Why are you up? It is Eepy time.
Go to bed.
Eepy. What
Go to
Eep?
bed. Go to bed. Go to bed.
And now here comes Ugly. Nope, he's too tired to get up. Nope, never mind.
You guys went to the bathroom. Why are you guys up? Quick looking.
Yeah, I can do that while you deal with those two.
I've got a boss guy breathing down my neck. I don't exactly have the luxury of doing as I please.
This much is true. My reason for being at the party, too. However, Chief's presence last night made a lot of things difficult. Approaching them was out of the question when there was someone watching. A person who knew the reason why I was there. It turned out to be a good call on my part. But for someone who's already angry beyond reason, everything will only sound like an excuse.
Cut the shite. I saw you stuffing your face with the deviled eggs while your own boss is off on the other side of the room.
Oh, he was.
You didn't even exchange a word or a glance with him either. In fact, I think you're also avoiding the man. Just say you don't want to talk about it instead of lying to my face.
Okay, I don't want to talk about it.
I do feel guilty. Still. We've already been down this road. This is something I've done so repeatedly in the past. Something she's heard from me more times than all my fingers can count. Something I'll just have to get over with at this moment.
I'm sorry, you know that, Becca. I really, really am. I wouldn't do this shit if I didn't have a good reason to.
And you know that I don't like you lying to me! If you can't tell the truth, just don't say anything and shut your gob! I swear, Ashton Frey, you are just so dense! I'm so angry, I can't even bear to look at you right now because I swear I'll knock you right off your block! I mean, what good reason could you have to act like an antisocial asshole? The only time you did talk to me was to spout some vague nonsense about Luke. What was that all about? Were you somehow expecting me to just accept everything as it is?
You really shouldn't go near that man, Becca.
Why? Because you don't trust him? I wonder if you actually trust anyone. Aside from the three of us, Zach, Isabella, and myself, do you even have any other friends?
That's rude. You didn't have to go there.
If you're
Ramira.
perfectly fine with that, then
Welcome
go
to my
ahead.
channel.
No one is stopping you. But don't expect me to share the same views.
Hi, welcome.
I can have a life of my own. Friends that I don't necessarily share with you. I'm an adult, Ashton, and I can make my own bloody decisions.
When did it ever
I
get
sure
to
as
this
hell
point?
can choose the people I want to let
what?
into my
But-
life.
What? Nothing led to this. You're just going on a rant.
Pretty much. It's not jealousy that he has interest
Oh,
in
right. that could be.
Isabella.
Oh, it's probably because he mentioned that she shouldn't hang out with Luke.
Yeah.
Of course, she's allowed to do as she pleases. I never mentioned she couldn't. Us growing up together doesn't mean it always has to just be the two of us. It's a dumb idea to believe in when nothing ever remains constant. Things will inevitably change through the years. She'll make friends with people outside of our little circle. I'm just as free to form relationships with other people. But why, of all people, did it have to be him? Why does it have to be Luke Wright? That guy is nothing but trouble. How could she defend a guy like that? She's already calling him Luke, for Pete's sake.
I trust Zach, I trust Isabella, and I trust you, Rebecca. So why can't you trust me on this? You need to stay away from that man, because he's... I really wish I could tell you.
What was that saying Isabella mentioned before? A liar is a brother of a thief? People who will look at me now will probably say I'm a hair's breadth away from being a criminal. Z-Man said something like that once, a few years into our friendship. I laughed it off back then, but now? They're probably right. Little by little, I'm becoming the very kind of person I hate.
You are yawning a lot. Why don't you just slow down?
How ironic. The silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca, thankfully, doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
The situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it more... what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Back to your case again?
Want to keep going? Well, you might.
Oh, okay, sure.
And I'll ask you what happened.
Sure.
When I get back.
Or we could just pause, that's fine.
Yeah, we can pause.
You're so pretty. Please don't break my face.
Okay, people, we'll be right back. I think doggies have to use the bathroom again.
You should have shat earlier.
Okay, we're back.
I'll give it back to you when she sleeps. I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to Chief on Monday. Although I don't want to just throw the towel in on this. Orders are
Taiki.
orders.
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome!
Welcome.
This isn't like the movies. I don't get to say fuck off, throw my gun and badge at him, become some vigilante, save the day, and get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail than do any of that.
Oh, like that.
But it's also not in my nature to just sit still and do nothing. It'll drive me crazy if I just idle about. Besides, there's someone who has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark. And there's something else I need to look into.
That other matter she mentioned last night specifically. Things even the news have been blasting out to the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same modus, blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case?
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today.
Yep.
The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxborn police.
We're grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading the investigation, yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulder. How sad is that? Although all 3 of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want to go into that line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every logical argument I can throw at it. To be honest, though, I don't know how to take all of this anymore. But I've already given Isabella my word. It'd bother me more if I didn't follow up on a promise I made to her. And after Rebecca's claims last night, there won't be enough sarcasm in the world if what my friends have been telling me is true. I can already hear Isabella's laughter, in fact.
Figures. What else can it be?
It's not another case. It's something else. That issue Isabella mentioned yesterday morning. I'm sure you remember. You were there.
Well, at least you're not neglecting all your friends.
Becca, I promised her I'll...
She doesn't wait for me to finish. With a roll of her eyes, she turns around and shuts the door in my face. I have no idea what I've said this time, but...
I probably deserve that.
Yeah, poor pitiful Ashton. We'll just have to fix this some other time. By then, her temper's sure to have cooled off significantly. Hopefully. Alright, giving this to you. Do you want me to continue, or would you like to?
Well, I'll do it. For now, I can't laze around. Gotta attend to things that matter more. Professor Clark first, deliver the bad news. Then the issue with BRC and Isabella. Maybe I'll also drop by Zachary's, check on him, hear what he has to say. He has also read that damn letter. Might as well, while I'm here playing a paranormal detective. Or was it supernatural? I can't remember. Whatever. It wouldn't hurt anyone if I tried to get to the bottom of this. Well, you already saw the ghost once. If nothing comes out of this, good. Everyone can shut up and about stupid curse, and we can finally get back to track with our lives. On to more important stuff. If there is someone.
Are you two done?
Oh, Isabella.
There's a moment of confusion when I didn't see her familiar ponytail about, only to find her standing behind the door to her apartment's second ladder. Isabella holds it open, though only slightly, as if to hide from anyone who might happen to pass by. This early and on a lazy weekend, I doubt anyone would. But from the gap that and what little light there is behind her, I could make out the appearance of someone who has just clearly gotten off from bed. Out of bed.
That's a British thing.
Hair in complete disarray, eyes still heavy with sleep, and a small pout on her lips. She hasn't even gotten out of her pajamas. Pajamas.
Ashton is having a man moment here.
I look away long before my senses of decorum kicks in.
Oh.
We might be friends. I'll even dare say we're growing closer over the years, but that doesn't extend beyond the bounds of propriety. Christ, even Rebecca never gets early visitors in her sleep clothing. Her pajamas?
Yes.
Though
apparently that's still something not seen as polite and proper in England.
Though maybe it's our fault why she's up this early. Still, heat makes a slow crawl up my neck, one that I quickly downplay with a solid cough.
Isabella, you're up early.
Oh yeah, you downplayed that so good, Ash. Smooth.
And he's blushing.
He is. It's so cute.
Lame.
No, I'm not. I'm usually up at this hour. You're the one that usually sucks at getting up early.
Says the person who looks like she's just fallen out of bed.
Instead of usual quick, she simply averts her gaze to some point beside her, and although it only flashes briefly across her face, an expression of hurt flickers in her eyes. It disappears the second she turns her attention back to me, but the moment has sent a worried twinge in my stomach. I've seen it on her plenty of times before, just never in a manner that unsettles. It feels, I don't know, off this time? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
Hey, are you...
Anyway, was that Becca with you?
How could you not tell?
Yeah.
They were yelling pretty much next to your door.
I feel so bad for her. What a pleasant thing to wake up to.
You both sound like Mama and Papa when they fight. You're awfully loud. If we get another memo from the landlady, I'm asking the guard to ban you from ever entering this place.
Me? Becca's the one almost shouting.
Yeah, well, she lives here. You don't. You have no excuse. You're the suspicious-looking person.
Thanks. Glad at least one person appreciates how I pretty up this place.
Don't flatter yourself. This place would be so much better without having to see your face every few days.
Oh, that was low.
She follows it up with another pout. But her ruffled appearance, particularly how puffy her eyes are, I noticed just now, takes away from the the intimidating effect she's trying to show. Really, right now, she's just looks more like an angry puppy. Might have laughed had I not given me another nagging sense that something is definitely wrong with her. Yeah, her coworkers are all dying left and right.
Yeah.
She's seen a ghost that's pretty much chased her around.
And won't leave her alone.
And you don't believe her, even though you just...
None of her friends believe her.
Yeah. But has she been crying earlier? That's worrying. She rarely does that. Dude, I'm not surprised. The only time it happened, the one time I've ever seen her really tear up over something. I think it was after Devine's court. The night at the bridge. I want to ask. She seems determined to keep it to herself, though.
Belle, did something?
About yesterday, Ash. The things we talked about. Do you think we can take a look at it today?
We? I never said you're coming with me. Don't worry, I didn't forget about it. You'll be the first to know if I find anything.
No, I want to go with you. I'll be ready in a few. This won't take long.
Isabella, you really don't have to. I can handle it on my own. You'll just...
I won't get in the way, I promise. Besides, maybe I can help. You know, if there are files you want to check.
I didn't like what she's implying. It's true. LPD's having a hard time with this, but taking Isabella with me, it's out of the question. Under normal circumstances.
You're the one who's going to get in trouble if you do that.
You said it yourself. You need information, and I can help you get that.
Are we both going to the library again?
I think they're investigating things happening at DRC. She's showing him files that he doesn't have access to.
Yeah.
And it's not like it matters anymore. I just don't want to stand around doing nothing today.
There it is again. The slight shift in her eyes. The mild crease forming between her eyebrows. And the mild slump in her shoulders while she crosses her arms tightly around herself. Like she's shielding herself from whatever painful thing there is out there. I have plenty of reasons why I shouldn't let her tag along. First and foremost, she's a citizen. Second, I have no concrete plan on action yet. I'm going into this blind. No matter how I look at it, it's simply better for her to just wait, so she won't drag into what might be another one of my failures. Her assumptions might be a dead end for all we know. But seeing the expression on her hearing her speak those words out loud in a desperate, almost pleading tone, I can't bring myself to say no. So I give in, because right there, I see myself in her. A person who doesn't want to stay idle, who doesn't want to think of the problem haunting him.
All right, 5 minutes.
What? You're timing me?
Well, I can't wait forever. I'm a very busy guy. 4 minutes and 45 seconds, Isabella.
I hate you so much.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, 29, 28. I'd hurry if I were you.
Ugh, you're awful! I hope you never get a girlfriend.
He slams the door right after. Although my chuckles, the mirth and the lightness in it lingers. With her, those having always come easy somehow. Even as it echoes, fades, and only the ghost of the smile remains.
It's not like I'm looking for anyone else.
I want to tell her.
Tell her! It's so cute.
Oh, it doesn't. I thought it was gonna say, tell her the truth. That his relationship, well, Rebecca went down.
Isabella stays.
That sucks. He has a gun.
Yeah.
It's so funny that he has chains around his.
Yeah. It's quite stylish.
Whoa, wait. Look how low Luke is.
I'm surprised it's not lower, honestly.
True. It's not because I can't. I won't. I'm the one who has chosen not to. Until I fix myself, until I've found myself underneath all the guilt and those lies I've been telling all of these years. Because no matter how heavy the weight of these feelings are, I'm not yet worthy of them. Of her. Until then, little words and gestures are the only thing I can offer. Minor stuff such as digging deeper into this thing with BRC in order to ease her worries. And I'm not even sure if they'll give us anything. Unlike with the firm cases, which I already have proper leads on, I'm just going by her word on this. Speaking of Luxburn's firm case, I still have to inform the professor. The apprehension there, for sure. I've made a lot of promise to the man, and I wouldn't have preferred to tell him in person, not over the phone. It's better for him to hear it from me rather than from a stranger. Oh, the same professor. No wonder he doesn't like it. His daughter got killed. The railing offers a steady support while I wait for him to answer. I like to think I can do this without losing my nerve. My grip on the bars surely tightens, though, once the call connects.
Ashton!
Not running today, Professor?
He's usually at the park on late Saturdays mornings, as long as it isn't raining cats and dogs. Keep him young and healthy, he said, and he certainly fit for a man of his age with a sedentary job.
Oh, no, not today.
He definitely at the usual place, though. Cheers and laughter, likely from children and families filter through the receiver. I tend to avoid the park. You tend to avoid many places that have people.
He's not a people person.
Precisely because of this. No use reminding myself of the could haves when it's already over. Mom's doing well with her career, Dad's also fine, and last time I visit, although neither had dang it, remained, they're both certain that their lives as it is. I'm probably the only one still caught up with it, hence my aversion. But all in all, it's still a pleasant sight to see. If you're the kind who takes jokes in such sights like Professor Clark does.
Just thought I'd enjoy the nice weather before it takes a turn for the norm again. And to what do I owe the pleasure?
The guy certainly seems happy right now. In any case, I almost doesn't want to break the news to him. But it's better to get this off quick, as long as he doesn't shoot the messenger. He's not that type. However,
Riteos 980. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, welcome. Long-held resentment can change a person, even someone as mild-mannered as the professor.
I was hoping to talk to you about the case.
I suppose I'm just a downer today. As soon as I say those words, he paused and the lightness in his voice is gone in an instant. Every time we've talked about this in the past, he does that. He probably is trying to gauge the situation based on the tone of my voice. I thought I was gonna say gag.
Yes, gag.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm delivering this news through the phone. Who knows what he'll see if my face and my mannerism. The art of keen observation. I learned it from the man. He probably already has an idea what this might be about from my manner of speaking alone.
You aren't in trouble, are you?
For a second, I hesitate, looking at the dirt beneath my shoes. But I managed eventually, after a long rage draw breath, I pick up where I left off, though still fumbling with my words.
Well, I'm in a bit of trouble, if you can call it that.
Ashton.
He only assumes that tone when there's a reprimand at its heels.
But I'm not in danger or anything.
You've said that same excuse a million times before, Detective Inspector. That exhausted rasp in your voice tells a different story.
Dang.
It's nothing like what you're thinking. Don't worry. I was just... I was taken off the Luxborn firm case.
I expect anger, frustration, maybe even disappointment. But all he gives me is a small sigh of relief.
Is that so? Well, at least you aren't in danger. Liz wouldn't be too happy if she heard you right now.
Liz. Aunt Liz. She insists I call her his late wife. sweet-tempered woman by so many standards. They were never blessed with kids and content herself with simply managing their bakery. But she's the closest I had to a mom in the few years I had known her. The professor, too. Oh, the professor's like a mom. In the sense of my own parents in my life, the two filled the aches their divorce left in me.
Believe me, you'd get an earful. You don't want to show up at her doorstep looking like you haven't slept a wink either.
I better sleep on the couch a little more. How many years has it been since 9? 10? I can still remember it vividly. Two men, creamily dressed, briefcases in hand, and a stern look on each of their faces. They were already frequent visitors to the bakery for a few months. Something about a lot being a prime property in downtown Luxembourg. I think they were hoping to settle a deal with them, but neither of the couple gave in to their demands. Why should they? That quaint little shop was a dream for them. Aunt Liz sent me home early that night after a fruitless wait for the professor. The next morning, news of a bakery razed to the ground had spread across the whole city. One casualty. A few weeks later, the property was sold to Wright's Enterprise.
Yeah, no wonder he had an issue with that then.
Yeah. A fucking hotel now stands in its place. Of course, an investigation was launched.
PSH_AA. Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome. The name Luke Wright was briefly at the center of it, but with the lack of any evidence, the case ultimately went cold. The professor hides it well, however. I can tell that he hates that man to this day. He might even blame Luke Wright for every tragedy that happened in the city. He has never blamed me, though, when I'm as equally responsible.
How the fuck are you responsible?
You were a kid! I know something off the moment those men stepped inside the shop. I could have saved her that night. I could have prevented anything from happening to her. Called for help or whatever. I didn't. So it continues to eat at me until today. The guilt. The Luxembourg firm case would have been our chance at reopening the old case. If we could prove Luke Wright of his crime. Instead, we're back to square one. That all he has for me are words of comfort. To think he can still be this concerned about me after my carelessness after I broke in another promise a second time. Will never cease to amaze me.
You might think that you have failed as an officer. Or maybe you think that you have failed me. And you know more than anyone. I would love to see that man taken down. If anyone deserves to be tried in high court, it's him. But I'm glad nothing's happened to you while you were working on this. That's what's most important. I'd hate to get news like that again.
Suddenly he stops. I imagine a thoughtful flashes in his eyes as he thumbs the wedding band on his ring finger before he continues. Another habit. He has never removed it since that day. Has never thought once to marry, even when he managed to continue with his life and return to some semblance of normalcy. It's his way of honoring her, I suppose, when he couldn't bring to justice the man responsible for his loss. Some people are just hard to forget.
It's not like another death. Yours or even his will bring back my wife.
Silence fall between us. Afterwards. I didn't quit. What to say after. I didn't quite know what to say after that, really. Should I apologize? Show some sympathy? Going into this, I should have thought of something other than just breaking the news to him. As it is, it seems the only thing we can do is feel sorry for each other's misfortunes.
I apologize too for putting you up to this.
Another occasion, under different circumstances, I might have accepted that, but
You didn't have to, but you've already done more than any officer who has investigated this. So don't worry about this old man. I know your department's people all have their hands full recently too. What with the upsetting news we've been getting as of late. Deaths almost every day. I'm not entirely sure if that has anything to do with the other. It seems too big even for someone like him. But if this—
Professor, please.
maybe if things around me hadn't started going beyond my control, the letter, the mansion, the supposed curse behind those, I'd still be quick to blame it all on the bastard too. But as much as I want to keep holding him responsible for it, to add another to his list is of sins. It might not be the case. Agreeing will only cut a deeper wound on the professor. I don't want him to keep clinging to this resentment for much longer. He has already gone through so many years of it. This kind of anger, it's the sort of that blinds people. Despite this reassurance, the bitterness still seeps into every syllable he utters. It's one thing for me to act like this. It's painful to watch someone I've considered as second father to go down this path.
Please don't apologize. It's really all right. I can try to get it back on Monday when I meet with the chief. No promises, but if not, I'll make sure to keep an ear out for any news. Chief said he's passing it on to a senior officer. I should be able to catch a few tidbits every once in a while. But I swear I won't just give up on this. I'll do everything in my power to get Aunt Liz's case reopened for you.
Promises. Again. Bad habit at this point. I wish I could do more for him. All this time, I pride myself over being the one to always know. Because suddenly, aside from Wright and the murders plaguing the city, I have ghosts and curses to worry about. Things that are completely out of my pit. Professor Clerk's right in some way. Things would be so much easier if we just blamed Luke Wright for all of this. At least finding evidence would be a breeze, and I'd be all too happy to put him in a place he belongs. Although, if he was in any way also complicit to what happening, legalities have my hands tied. But maybe that's my fault. I might have missed the ticket to the closing of the case once and for all last night. If only I had done a better job during the party. What exactly were you supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
But then the commotion. There was Hannah, Wright, and Rebecca distracting me from my purpose, too. I'd include that gatecrasher, as well as even through It's Only for a Moment. So many things have gone wrong last night that...
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Yeah, she saw something.
See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys. It's not a joke. Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Last night, at the party.
But it's real! What do you think I saw? It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
That woman.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her.
Shit. And if that was what Isabella had been warning us about, if it was the same thing Rebecca talked about last night, how many of these incidents have I dismissed since reading the letter? How many have I ignored and passed off as some effect of fatigue or lack of sleep? Even last night, a hallucination lacing the food is the first thing I considered, purely because that's what my training dictates. It's a mindset. I've grown used to it. It's a setting the gears in my head automatically take in the situation like that. Of course, I'm not discounting all of that yet until I have enough information, something to form a conclusion from, proof, in whatever for it may come. But thinking straight is impossible when all of a sudden all of my beliefs are being upturned in the most violent way possible. At that, Jesus, I need a sounding board. I need to talk to someone, and Zach's the best person for that.
I have to go, Professor.
Oh, no problem. But what are you...
Just hang up on him. I don't have time to stop and listen to what the professor has to say as I cut the call short. Hey girl, how you doing?
Ponytail defies gravity.
Yeah, no kidding. In the same second, Isabella emerged from her apartment, fully dressed and ready for the day. As usual, she greets me with a smile, but it falls just as fast once she catches a glimpse of my face. Shame. That would have been the first comforting thing I see today. It annoys me that I'm particularly responsible for the weary one replaced that. I must look close to the picture of someone choking or dying, because there's nothing but concern in the first words she speaks.
Ash, do you need to go to the bathroom?
Oh my god, Isabella.
Yes, I have to take number 2.
I have to shit.
Yeah, no, I don't, okay? But we should hurry. Come on, don't forget to lock your door.
You said yeah. Obviously you have to take a poop.
Seriously, you look like you're about to fall over. Are you alright? Because if you're planning to faint right here, I won't be able to carry you.
Yes, don't mind me. I just remembered some stuff from last night. I need to talk to Z-Man about this. Mind if we drop by his place first?
Shouldn't we call him to let him know? It's still pretty early, though we'd probably arrive there around noon. Also, what do you mean about this? Is Zach...
He was also there when I opened the letter, right? He read it too. I'm sure he's fine, but it wouldn't hurt to check on him. To make sure. See if he'll say the same things you told me yesterday.
If he's also been seeing things. If it also the same woman I saw last night.
I'm not saying there's really a curse yet, but we have to look at this from every possible angle.
He's in jail. She's going after him in jail.
I wonder if he's still in jail. We'll have to
And don't worry, he won't mind. He's probably just watching TV right now. Let's go.
Okay, but speak up if you're not feeling well. You really look like you're choking on something. You didn't have to do this for me in the first place.
You know it's not as simple as that.
Down to my car. With not a single second wasted to hit the road and drive to Zach's place. If anyone of us, other than Isabella, who knows anything about what's going on, who can help sort the muddle mess my mind is, it's got to be him. He's listening to her.
Okay, it's 5 a.m.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to watch.
Checking the mole.
The mole past the hair. Okay. So say...
Oh, actually, it's closer to 6 a.m.
sniffing her own butt right now.
Sometimes you just gotta hug your butt.
Alright, people. I'm Mega Anime.
And I'm Sylvie Saunders signing off.
You guys stay creative, stay spooky. We should be able to do this next week. As long as neither one of us gets sick.
Yes. I should be fine.
So, we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I stream every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 12 or 1 o'clock a.m. So you'll see me there. Are you planning to stream next week?
I always forget to stream.
What do you?
Yeah. I was going to earlier, but that didn't happen. I always fucking forget to stream. I set an alarm and I forget to stream. I'll get back in the swing of things eventually.
Alright, people. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.